the studio that remembered cartoons are allowed to look good, and the streamer who gave up on quality once Red Notice topped the charts, comes a film that feels like it was made by an AI trained on bratty little sisters. And yet somehow, against all odds, it's actually really fun.
Not sure about this whole demon thing. I mean, they seem like nice people, but loving the energy.
K-pop demon hunters. Most girls love being popular. Cute boys with abs. And the music plays in the background when you shop at Zara. Now imagine three of these super relatable girlies were also monster hunters. It's the kind of thing that only comes along once every 2 years since Puppy. This time, they're a pop trio using music to build a DMC that keeps foreigners out of Korea. In a fantasy where K-pop idols can not only use magic powers, but no one yells at them for eating a card.
Why do they always interrupt us snacking? You're a demon, right?
Actually, they're from your agency, but same difference. Our heroine is Ruby, a pop star hiding more bad tattoos than Pete Davidson. She's an outcast with a great voice, but is terrified to reveal her true feelings or powers. Only to find embracing them is the key to winning back her sisters and saving the world. I wonder what's the Korean word for frozen.
Keep the powers hidden from everyone.
The book appears to never be seen. You don't feel
Who you are.
you're a demon. Well, now that you know.
But Ruby hasn't gone solo yet. Rounding out the band is Mira. She's bossy.
I'm taking these down.
She's spacey.
Nice.
She's way more likely to be part demon than Ruby, right?
Now you gotta die.
Don't hurt me. Then there's Zoe, an insecure rapper torn between two worlds,
She grew up in America, somewhere called Burbank, USA.
who pretends to be more scary than she really is. So basically Drake, or at least Drake's type. Can we make sure Drake doesn't have her number? This sisterhood will have each other's back on stage and on the battlefield until Ruby's lifetime of lies and betrayals are revealed.
We're fighting this fella. This whole time.
Then instantly forgiven through the magic of song.
Dive in the fire and I'll be right here by your side.
Stripper dancing and lip syncing under their turf are the Saja Boys, a boy band that's literally made of soulless demons, instead of just being managed by one. They've got a hit song tailor-made for ball food courts worldwide, and the looks of all the most successful profiles on Grindr. They're led by Chinu. He was evil before, he's evil now, but after one look at Ruby, he's ready to risk it all.
It's her 690.
In a smoldering romance with absolutely zero kissing.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, bye.
Because Gen Z thinks consenting adults have cooties, and the age gap discourse would have burned down the internet.
It's 400 years.
That is yourself. Still, I saw them floating over Seoul, when you catch my drift. So Shan through the first 3 Duolingo Korean lessons.
The golden home.
And keep your second screen experience at the ready, because this is a bright, hyper-edited, snackable 90-minute raw that will delight everyone under the age of 12 and moderately entertain their parents, at least for the first 100 times.
It's effective.
Starring Demon Lovato, Shibble Without a Cause, K-Pop Lamar, Edward Solon, The Monstars, Celine Dion, Gin and Tonic, I'm Just Ken, Stanimal, The Mouth of Sauron, when Benson Boone comes on the playlist, and JD Vance when his wife's out of town. Hey sister, soul sister.
Not sure about this whole demon thing.
So their manager doesn't know his clients moonlight as demon hunters, or even that demons exist? Why do they think their planes keep falling out of the sky? Patrick, don't this. How it's done.
PSA, Instagram added maps if their location is on by default. First, yesterday, Instagram updated to have a map feature where you can see events and other stories around the world. The problem is this is on by default, so if you happen to post a story from your house, it lets all your followers know their exact location. Holy crap, that is the dumbest thing. In terms of setting off, either deny Instagram having location access in your phone settings, or in-app navigate to stories, live and location, and turn location sharing to no one. Elijah said, I saw this story since I was following someone who had over 4 million followers, and people started sending her screenshots of her house on Google because she posted the story of her cat.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Well, I need to log into my Instagram real quick.
At least I don't post on Instagram.
Yeah, me neither. But what if I accidentally did at some point?
Yeah, I'm gonna change this right now. I hope there's some way they can get sued for this.
I doubt it.
They should be able to get sued for stopping people for that. Default enabled needs to be something that is like terrible for. Okay, so what do? We go to in-app, we navigate to stories, live, and location.
Oh my god, how are there this many settings in the Instagram app? Like, also for Meta. Don't care. I'd never use this app. I really don't know this anything about it.
I already had location settings off, so it didn't work for me anyway.
You can see your content. Is it account center? Sharing across account settings. Descriptions, personal details. I can't even find. Oh, story live and location. Okay, location sharing. Next. No one. Cool, done. All right, not sharing location. Next. Let's go.
Okay, you can see. Okay, this is the dumbest. Okay. Whoa, I need to message some people. Quite a few people, actually. Let's go to an area where I don't have to.
What were you saying earlier?
Okay, so these are just country accounts. But I can show this.
Yeah.
But it shows exactly where they were posting from.
Wow.
And it's a live map that you can like scroll around on. I'm not going to move that much because I found people that I know personally and I know where they live, and I'm looking on the map, and that's where their house is, and there's more than one of them.
Can you guys believe Lucas doxed an entire country live on the land show? Actual crime. Dude, this is
crazy. I didn't zoom in far enough, but I might have doxed who is running those countries' accounts.
Is someone gonna have to die? Like for Meta to take this stuff seriously? Will they even?
Like this is actually this is insane. Holy crap! I didn't think you can literally just give you a map that you can scroll around and see everyone that you're following with their most recent. That is wild. Well, I just said and it was a snap map thing. This is so dumb. This is actually just very brain dead. Yeah, like there's one that I follow, and I don't know this person, but the snap map location is like in suburbia, in kind of the middle of nowhere, so it's probably their house. That's really bad. Whoa.
Welcome to r/Reddit Revenge. This is a story of someone getting back at someone with revenge after being wrong. And today we have 3 great stories. So subscribe, hit the like button, and let's begin. The first story. Rude family parks in the wrong spot, ignores warnings, and gets towed. When the drunk dad returns, he kicks the car in anger. The second story. Spiteful coworker who once sabotaged and mistreated me now reports me. The third story. Petty HOA president abused power, embezzled funds, and manipulated his neighbors. One resident methodically uncovered his crimes. And the first story is, lost driveway post reminds me of this similar story. Better ending. I used to live in an apartment down in San Diego by where the jet boat races used to be in Mission Bay. I worked as a consultant and flew home to SD on a red-eye landing Saturday morning, just in time for jet boat festivities. I was well aware that once I was home, the weekend would be chaotic from all the fans of the jet boat races, and parking in that part of the city is ridiculous, even without the races. They're really fun, by the way. Anyways, I pull into my alley and I'm getting to my assigned space. And there in my assigned unit space is family spilling out of an overloaded minivan. Boogie boards, a few red wagons, coolers, beach chairs and toys, floaties, and several kids. I pull up the car and get out. I thought of honking but didn't want to be rude, and walk over to whom I assume is Dad, and kindly informed him he was parked in my space, and he needed to find another spot. He immediately at the top of his lungs shouts in my face, "I was here first. This is my parking space, not yours." Now Mrs. Bowling Ball comes over and huffs that they had been looking for almost an hour for parking, that I couldn't just come in and demand the space from them. I told them it's assigned parking, but they didn't believe me. This is understandable because the poor overloaded van was parked over a bright red notice painted on the actual pavement, that the space is for unit number 19 only. I told the lovely couple that they were mistaken, and that could they please move so I could go upstairs, shower, and fall in bed because red-eye stuck. I informed them again and again that they were not from here, and were making a huge mistake. The van had an Arizona plate. This comes into play later. Well, folks, it didn't end well. The bowling ball army picked up their beach invasion equipment and headed for the beach with me, telling them they're going to get towed. The last memory of that day was Major Dad flipping me the bird over his shoulder, as he and the bowling ball wife and all his SH kids disappeared down the alley. Okay, so obviously they were towed, and my girlfriend at the time were up and awake on the deck, which is 2 stories, basically above said parking space. So we can see my car now parked in space, all happy and where it's supposed to be, just like me. Now we have to take a side tangent here about my car at the time. I had 2 cars at the time, and the one parked in Space Exhibit A was an old Saturn that I bought for around $1K maybe. I bought it specifically to take to the airport almost every week for work, and another purpose was to use as a block-off for my garage. See, the parking space in Exhibit A was right outside of the garage, where my nicer, shinier car, that I actually gave an SH about, was parked inside safe from the tourists. If I don't park something in that space in the alley, someone like Major Dad would block me in. Anyways, that placeholder and airport parking W of a car was an absolute POS. I didn't even change the oil. I spent $0 on that car because it was parked at Lindbergh Airport all week, and the Gulls just SH all over it while it was likely doused in jet exhaust all week. Okay, back to the story. We knew the bowling family would be back soon, and knowing this wasn't my first tango with AZ tourists. I wanted to be sure that my car wouldn't get messed with out of anger and possibly be vandalized. Well, they came waddling up around 7 p.m. Dad was drunk and heavily sunburned. Mrs. Bowling Ball also had an angry pink hue to her, although less drunk. The kids weren't there, which is a good thing, as you'll read soon. Maybe drunk Dad was going to DUI his way back to the beach to get the kids. Or maybe they weren't in tow because he knew he was going to DUI. Don't know. We'll never know. Anyways, Dad realizes the van is no longer there, and is off somewhere taking a much-deserved break from hauling sweaty, heavy A's through the Mojave Desert. Michelle, my girlfriend, is filming him on her new smartphone. As I yell down and say, "I told you I'd tow you," the Major looks up at us and flips us the bird, and then proceeds to kick the door of the Ford Saturn, over and over again and again. Okay, so this part goes really quickly since it's Pacific Beach area, and there are a ton of police in the area, and it wasn't long before police arrived and booked him and his wife on these calls. They said many threats, and he got charged with criminal damage and criminal trespass. The happy ending. The best part was my girlfriend at the time was going to use B for law, and she helped me make it so that B had to drive all the way to San Diego from Phoenix, probably 10 times for court. The Saturn got a new paint job from the Portland and was suddenly too nice to leave at the airport. I changed the oil and sold it for $2K, and got another space holder airport W of a car. The second story is, former horrid coworker now reports to me. Several years ago, I worked with the most spiteful, troublemaking woman, Mary. She and I applied for the same position and she got it. I was okay with not getting the job because it really wasn't part of my planned career path. I just wanted the extra money. She was not in my chain of command, but she seemed to think her promotion gave her the right to treat me badly. She would make snide comments about me to my coworkers, who thankfully knew what she was all about and would stand up for me. She would try to assign work to me. When I had refused, she'd run to our mutual boss and complain until she got her way, and I'd have to take on the extra work. I had suspected for a while that she was telling our boss lies about me. I had no proof, so I just kept my mouth shut. Eventually, I was promoted to another department. In the days before I went to my new job, it was apparent that someone was sabotaging my work. Data was changed on files I was working on, etc. Of course, I suspected her, but again had no proof. It all came to a head when she announced to the entire office that I was actually the one who was sabotaging the computer system. Of course, nobody believed her. It was very upsetting. It got so bad that I made arrangements to go to my new job earlier than originally planned. For the next several years, Mary and I would have to work together on projects. I spoke to her as little as possible, and CIA was my motto. It was awkward but manageable. During that time, I received several promotions and ended up as the director of my department. There are about 50 people in my department, and I mainly have contact with only the supervisor. I guess I'm known as the one to give problem employees to. I either get them to shape up or ship out. But I was very surprised when HR approached me about taking on Mary, because she was about to be fired in her current job. My initial reaction was hell no. I really felt I couldn't be impartial and give her a fair chance. But I pretty much wasn't given a choice. What's worse, I couldn't pawn her off to one of my supervisors. Because of the work she did, she would have to report to me. After resigning myself to having to take her on, I started dreaming of how I would exact my revenge. There were so many possibilities. I was almost giddy with anticipation. But the sweetest revenge was on her first day. I called her into my office to give her my come to Jesus message. She came in with the most scared look on her face. I thought she was going to puke. I decided to have pity on her and started out softly. I asked her if she understood how she'd ended up here. She replied meekly, I guess it's karma. You could have knocked me over with a feather. I knew exactly what she meant, but I wanted to hear her say it. What do you mean? I asked. She then proceeded to apologize for everything she'd done to me, including spreading lies and doing the sabotaging herself. I was about ready to admit defeat in the revenge game. But then I thought of the very next best step. I told her ever so calmly, you know that you could be fired for that. I let that sink in until I saw the beads of sweat on her forehead. Then I said, but I'm not going to do that. Instead, you are going to decide your fate at this company. You will not be able to blame me for what happens to you because it will be up to you to succeed or fail. It felt so much better than using my power over her to get my revenge. She's still working for me, but I don't think that'll last much longer. Not because she's going to be fired. She really has improved a great deal. But because being nice to me is so hard for her, I don't think she can stand it and will find another job. Hopefully at another company. The third story is the HOA president long goodbye. When I moved into my suburban neighborhood, I expected peace and quiet. Instead, I walked into a petty dictatorship run by our HOA president, Todd. Todd was the worst kind of leader, the kind who loved power but hated accountability. He enforced ridiculous rules, like fining people $200 for leaving their trash cans out a minute past 9 a.m., but blatantly ignored the rules when it suited him. His own yard was a mess of unpermitted structure, and its fence was taller than allowed by city ordinance. But Todd's true sin? Using the HOA as his personal piggy bank. At first, I tried reasoning with him. My fence was slightly off color because the approved stain wasn't available, and he fined me $500. I explained, provided receipts, and asked for leniency. Todd smirked, said rules are rules, and walked away. That's when I decided I would take him down. Not with screaming or public arguments, but methodically, legally, and in a way he'd never recover from. Step 1. Become the inside man. Todd's first mistake was underestimating. I volunteered for the HOA board under the guise of wanting to get involved in the community. I played the part of the eager, naive newbie perfectly. For 2 years I attended every meeting, quietly observing how Todd operated. I learned he controlled the board by bullying other members and burying them in paperwork. He pushed through votes when only his allies were present, and conveniently lose paperwork submitted by dissenting homeowners. I kept my head down, took detailed notes, and waited. My goal was to outlast his term as president so I could begin making changes. Then I discovered Todd's second mistake. He wasn't just a bully, he was a thief. Step 2. Follow the money. Todd loved to brag about how he kept the HOA's finances in order, but something didn't add up. The annual HOA fees were high, much higher than in similar neighborhoods, but the common areas were falling apart. The pool was closed half the summer due to maintenance issues, and the landscaping looked like it hadn't been touched in months. I started digging. As the HOA treasurer, Todd had access to all the accounts, but he was notoriously cagey about sharing financial details. I asked for the budget during a meeting, and Todd laughed it off, saying, "Don't worry, I've got it under control." I filed a formal request for the financial records, which under HOA rules he was required to provide. Weeks went by with no response. That's when I started talking to neighbors. Turns out I wasn't the only one suspicious. Over a dozen homeowners had requested access to the budget over the years, only to be ignored. One neighbor claimed Todd had used HOA funds to install a new patio at his house, while another swore he'd seen Todd's kids at the community pool during its maintenance closure. Armed with these suspicions, I filed a formal complaint with the board HOA, forcing Todd to provide the records. He stalled, but I wasn't backing down. Step 3. Build the case. When Todd finally handed over the financial documents, they were a mess. Invoices were missing, payments were mislabeled, and some expenses were downright bizarre. A $15,000 landscaping fee paid to a company that didn't exist. Thousands spent on administrative costs with no explanation. I cross-referenced the HOA's bank statements with public records and found the smoking gun. Todd was funneling money to his personal account. Even better, I discovered Todd had been inflating contractor fees, pocketing the difference, and splitting the profits with his buddy, a shady contractor who handled most of the HOA's maintenance. I compiled everything into a detailed report, complete with spreadsheets, photos, and notarized statements from neighbors who had seen Todd's antics firsthand. Step 4. The coup. I waited for the annual HOA meeting, which was typically a snooze fest attended by only a handful of homeowners. But this time I made sure people showed up. I spent weeks knocking on doors, explaining what Todd had been up to. I didn't share everything, just enough to get people angry and curious. On the night of the meeting, the room was packed. Todd started the meeting like usual, droning on about how difficult it was to manage the HOA and how much he'd sacrificed for the community. That's when I stood up. I calmly asked if he could explain some discrepancies in the budget. Todd laughed nervously and said, "I don't think this is a time or place." I replied, "Actually, Todd, it's the perfect time." I handed out copies of my report to everyone in the room. The mood shifted instantly. People started reading, whispering, and then shouting. Todd tried to regain control, but it was too late. I called for a vote to remove him as president. By the end of the night, Todd was out. Step 5. The final blow. After Todd was removed, we hired an independent auditor to go through the HOA's finances. They confirmed everything. Todd had embezzled over $50,000, mismanaged tens of thousands more, and committed multiple counts of fraud. We reported him to the police and filed a civil lawsuit to recover the stolen funds. But it didn't end there. Todd's shady contractor buddy was also exposed and banned from doing business in the county. Todd had to sell his house to pay restitution and legal fees. His name became a running joke in the neighborhood, and no one would touch him professionally. With Todd gone, we restructured the HOA to prevent another dictator from taking over. We implemented term limits, required multiple board members to approve financial decisions, and created an online portal so all homeowners could access budgets and meeting minutes. The aftermath. Every time I walk past Todd's old house, now owned by a lovely family, I smile. The pool is open, the landscaping is beautiful, and the HOA fees are lower than ever. Todd, meanwhile, moved to a neighboring town, where he reportedly tried to join another HOA board, only to be laughed out of the room when someone Googled his name. Justice wasn't just served, it was plated, garnished, and savored. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. See you in the next video. Welcome to r/insight, where we share stories from your lives about people who think the rules don't apply to them and they should do what they want. And today we have 3 great stories. So subscribe, hit the like button, and let's begin. The first story, chaos in the hotel. Death and out. Call 911 and the second story, how mismanagement destroyed a decade-long child care. The third story, how a fire designer turned the tables on corporate greed, built on an empire, door. I confirmed as he asked, could you not? Which is sort of weird request. So I'm running through the scenarios in my head, trying to determine the best way to prevent this from happening. They're leaving in 2 nights, and my NA is going to be a different person that night. My weekend guy came up. I know that I could put it as a note as a white book, but you might look at that only once if at all. Forget it. Those receipts print in one large batch. The way human brains work, I just know that I need to take it a step further somehow in order to make sure something happens without me there to pass on info. So I make a bunch of notes to remember this root cause. Well, that's weird, and weird interesting. Next evening, I get a call from one of those rooms. She's claiming that she's missing money from inside her purse. She had requested no housekeeping, and that she wanted to exchange towels at the front desk, but it was obvious that housekeeping entered her room. Towels were in the bathroom. She told me that she had left her used towels in the hallway for her trash can. Both were now changed inside the room. She did say that the cans were inside the door instead of in their proper place in the room. I told her that I was not here this morning, so I needed to confirm with my HHK or my GM. She's calm and cool there. I call Papa and tell him what's up. He calls the HHK or 5 minutes. Then he calls me back. Apparently, since the towels were in the hallway, the HHK only went in far enough to drop off the breakfast. She had another housekeeper with her to help with that. Papa told me to call the room back and inform her that we have no reason to think that a housekeeper took it, and we would not proceed with any disciplinary action. If she felt it necessary to escalate the issue to law enforcement, then we would cooperate. Later, the video shows the housekeeper was standing in the doorway, taking towels from the grill in the hall and in the trash can. She never left the doorway except for 1 second to enter the bathroom. Then they left that room to go do other things. I call the room back and start to talk to her, but she insists on coming to the desk. Crap. I hate confrontation, and you just know that it's going to be dramatic. SH. I stand up, because to hell with that. I'm going to rise to my full average height and talk to this woman face to face, not from a seated position. She shows up momentarily as the leader, after with her. They start to throw a dozen questions at me at once. I just calmly listen and nod my head to show that I'm paying attention, until they pause long enough for me to participate in their conversation. I tell them what Papa told me to say. I have one hand crossed over my abdomen, and my other elbow resting on the first hand. My second hand is up at my chin. It's a very intense sort of position, showing that I'm considering their point of discussion. Homegirl switches tactics and starts to be all upset over my body. I attempt to say something like, maybe the housekeeper misunderstood. When she saw the towel, she assumed we used prayer. And the gentleman told me to stop making excuses for the HK. So I did all twice, nodded my head, and after I considered my words, I replied with, okay, I'll not make any assumptions on behalf of my tenant. And I got quiet. I mean, seriously, what more could I say if I'm not allowed to consider the actions of my HK? I'm left with no more words. I go into broken record. If you feel it necessary to escalate this matter to law enforcement, then we will cooperate with the investigation. Over and over about a half a dozen times. I'm not going to say anything that takes the blame on the hotel or its staff. Finally, she moves back to her room, and in a moment I get the notification on my phone that she dialed 911. I call Papa back, and he tells me that when the officer gets there to call, he's going to start heading over to the hotel. I hate confrontation, and I start shaking for 20 minutes. I go show my housekeeper the effects of talking to her, and she shows her anger at being accused of stealing. We bond a little over the moment, in the best way we can when we can't see each other's language. I'm expecting the officer to take his time, since this wasn't such an emergency per se, but he shows up in under 20 minutes. The guest actually comes out to the lobby, a few moments before the officer himself shows up. She goes outside in the squad car, and they're talking alone with the two, and I go tell my housekeeper. It's on the phone with the officer that it's about to go down. The guest, at this point, doesn't know the housekeeper by sight, so HKer comes out to the counter and plays with the officer. The Papa on the phone prefers to listen in. The officer starts to talk, but I'm just a messenger. I work second shift, and I was not here when all this happened. I'm not the one she told about declining service to her room. I tell the officer this and starts to ask which housekeeper was involved. I point to my girl behind me. They start talking, animatedly in Spanish. I don't know hardly a thing in Spanish, so I just go back to work. The lady's listening, but I don't think she knows Spanish either, because she's also talking to her dude over by the wall. Everyone is being loud, and I have a full house that night, so I'm busy with a steady stream of guests and phone calls. So I asked the officer if he would be more comfortable in the office than behind the desk. He gets irritated at me for a moment for dismissing me, but then sees that I have the phone in my hand, and a guest at my counter. He says it'll come back to the back. My HHKer left it in. Phew. The guest is still out of the water, but I have a significant amount of flight. Papa shows up. Valet Abu. I love my boss. He's going to take over from here, and I can get on with my bad self at the desk. He opens the office with the cameras, and they review the footage. The officer comes back and talks to the lady and informs her that there's no way to prove that the HKer did anything. He describes what he saw on the camera. The fact that the one HKer was handing things into the room to the other HKer, and how it seems, based on time, that he did not think the staff did it. He takes her and her duties as secretary and continues talking. The officer is not going to pursue any charges since nothing can be proved, and tells her that she will have to handle this matter civilly if she feels inclined to do so. I start removing email addresses from all the rooms. Don't want that survey to go out 4 times now, do I? Pavo brings out some important looking papers and leans over the desk. It's a diversion as we indicate the papers while we're actually talking about Miss Peng over there with the officer. Then we hear. The officer asks if anyone else has access to the room, and she said that a few of the teenagers in her group did. Go effing figure. You don't say. Well, the officer leaves and Papa is getting ready to head back out. He gives me some additional instructions. This lady is still staying for a second night. And Papa apologizes to me that I'll have to be here for an awkward shift. I tell him I'm good and wish him a safe drive home. Miss Moneypenny is my FD manager. She was the one that was working the first shift and was supposed to be told about that room's request concerning no service. So of course Papa called her and informed her about what was going on as well. She calls me and wants to know details. I tell her all. Then she tells me that the only thing this lady had said to her was about a small lizard in the stairwell. Remember, she's on the first floor. No idea why she was in the stairwell, but whatever. Only mildly important. Really just weird at all. The next day I find out that she gave the priest money while he was working in eggs. And again to Miss Moneypenny the next morning check. Nothing major. Just what does she expect? The second story is child care chaos. Burnout, broken promises, and a program's dilemma. I used to work in child. It was one company, but we worked at different elementary schools. Each school was considered its own program. I'd been there for the better part of a decade in my school. I'd seen kids from their kindergarten year all the way to the end of their 5th grade, then welcome their younger siblings. Support from management had always been not great, but in 2020 it got even worse. The company also had a nasty habit of making too many promises at once. And we didn't have the staff who actually provide the promises they kept making. We would have enough staff to run 2 programs, and then find out we're actually opening 5. State licensing had to run an investigation because we weren't complying with our ratio. Because there were too many programs and not enough staff. Management made us for that. They told us we were our programs, that we were responsible. But when we would say we had to close for a day or 2 due to staff shortage, management wouldn't allow it. I was supposed to have 4 staff in my program. I had 2. My support staff got fired. A mixture of management being a little petty but also being justified in fire. So now my program is supposed to be 4 adults and 2 me. Management said I had to contact families to tell them they were temporarily done, while we found new staff, so I could legally run the program over. They would have had me run the minimum amount of kids, but licensing was actively looking into it. A combination of that, pay, being burnt out, and unsupported, I gave them a month advance warning I was quitting, in hopes they'd find competent staff in the meantime. Management really tried to play on my love for my family, and thought I was lucky. My coworker, different program, was responsible for hiring, but they wouldn't let her hire for my position. My final week arrived and management tried to convince me to stay, but offered no pay raises or any other support. They then said what a shame it was that I would be disappointed in so many families, because they'll have to temporarily close the program. I left. One of the highest earning programs in the area that had the longest running family relations closed on the day I left, early January, the middle of April. Most families dropped out and didn't return. They've already had 2 more teams of people turn over in the time frame of late April or early June. Got out myself. Right now, the company is in crisis, and it starts in 2 weeks. They've promised one school district 11 schools, and they have staff for just 1 program. The third story is fired kitchen designer leaves store in ruins. That story happened in a nearby store at the big box retailer I worked for. Had 2 kitchen designers in the store bringing in about $4 million in annual sales and service. One was FT, doing $2.5 $5 million. The other was cheap, doing $1.5 million. Their facility managers started coming down on the market because they were largely only selling product as their store was in a contractor saturated area, and our labor was not only too expensive. Our contractor in that area was doing gigantic. They mostly sold to contractors who had giant renovation contracts for vacation. So the manager pushed the FC out, terminated for not making this one metric despite doubling their annual sales expectations year over year. 20 plus years of design experience lost. A week later, she gets a text from one of her big contractors. It basically rattles off that he needs some time the following week to come in, sit down, and do layouts for 2 higher profile jobs, and a 20-unit spread. She informs him she was fired and is back to the office. He goes, "Are you effing kidding me? Well, come to my office." She does. She sits down with him at PM. He offers her a job for $75K a year plus job vacancy. She takes it. He purchases about $10K in equipment and get her home. She does the job he spoke of. Then more as the month went on. Meanwhile, PT designer in the store is now being offered FT while being under the gun. Contractors in that store openly calling the manager an epic moron for terminating the FT designer. Former designer is actively sniping those contractors for design, and her new boss is now charging her for service. She uses her former vendor contacts to access order and new cabinets. And by the end of month 3, she's functionally her own business working with the boss. She designs and sells. PM coordinates, often improves and installs, or just ensures storage of product for the other contractors. She reaches out to the PT designer, who's now FT and offers her the same deal, $75K plus commission. She's already pulled about $30K in commission in 3 months. Other designers leave to join them, leaving that store with 0 designers and a $4 million a year hole in sales to figure out. They never recovered because all the top contractors were now going to the designers for their work, and they pulled the rest of their business out of that store entirely. The best part of it is because of the wild seasonality of that area, beach resort area, the 2 designers work roughly 8 years. During the off-season, work is being done largely, and take May through August off. I hope you enjoyed these stories. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Malicious Compliance. Let's start today's video with a life on a Great Lakes tugboat, bad company, first crew, and a new guy who's getting stuck with the dirtiest job on board. But before we begin, best way to support our channel is leave comments, like, subscribe, and turn on the bell. We upload a new video every single day. Here we go. The Great Lakes season has been determination. 40 years back, I was on a tugboat sailing the Great Lakes. This was a very crappy company, and they more or less exhausted every available mariner living on the Great Lakes. There's nobody on the lake would even fly work there anymore. As a result, I, Tennessee Live, trash deckhand, got hired off. From the get-go, it was not so bad. Sarcastic and easygoing nature were overshadowed by my southern accent and inexperience with big cities. Hicks was one of the nicer terms thrown my way in those 6 months. The dollars were amazing, and I learned to eat plenty of crap, as I really wanted the job. After about 4 to 5 months, I began to get a bigger picture of the dynamic and was vastly more confident in my abilities. At this point, I was unconsciously doing most, if not all, of the deckhand's work on board. One way I got screwed was galley kitchen cleanup. One of the deckhands got galley cleanup in the morning, one got it at night. Naturally, as the FNG, as a new guy, I always seem to get stuck with nighttime galley cleanup. And cleanup was little more than tossing dishes in the washer and making coffee. Nighttime cleanup was the culmination of an entire day's worth of work. Easily 45 to 60 minutes worth of work. Enter the annual shipyard period, and this is where our tale began. Full into sturgeon, a population 8,900 around 3-week shipyard period schedule. their own place. 6 months later, and 8 months after that, married in the small town. Only one person from her side showed up. The Gilbert sheep farmer from Northern California. And from the way he talked about her, where she got her work in. Like to discuss with her parents. Taught at a university. Her father and whatever she demanded. My wife told her mother was controlling and trying to dictate her life from the start. She left almost 2 decades before that. Fast forward, we started getting mail addressed to professors, bank statements, bills, all with our ranch. Our sales returned to sender and took them back. Then in October, like issues into our drive, my wife freaked. Professor finds out my mom. Look at you. Mom, what are you doing here? My wife said. The university's remote now. Let's go with me. Here's our ranch. This isn't your ranch. Oh, I'm sure we can clear up. You want to invite us in? When I refused, her thought makes the call and he dialed the property. The sheriff kid showed up, took one look and said, I hear about you selling half your ranch, OP. They think they've got a legal stake. He shut down quick and escorted them off the property. I thought that was the end. Ordered me in town and begged me to meet her at the bank. Against my better judgment, I agreed. Thinking about how my wife was confused what was that for. When I said I was my wife, she damn near shouted the word back. Months passed, no problem. 2 nights ago, the sheriff called. My wife picked it and started laughing so hard she could hear. The professor and father-in-law into our land by cutting across our land. Unfortunately for them, the cheeseburger and little beans. What my neighbor told me, the professor eyes and either she or father-in-law. These forms singing above the circle. The neighbor's fire alarm system out to 2 middle-aged trespassers. Called the sheriff. After taking those off, my neighbor pressed charges for trespassing property and disrupting agricultural activity. Serious charge here because the bean is holiday. The sheriff hauled them off to county line. New jail covered head to toe in stage. And what the sheriff had said, example of that. My neighbor had them running around like they were including a prisoner or just of the professor. Writing returned to sender and addressed mail back to the street. Help shut down any sketchy change of address shenanigans. And as for the orchard incident, the HOA that really enforces around there is the Five Owners Association. Private security guards do not. Hey guys, thank you all for watching the video. Hello friends and welcome back to today's story is about a perfectly done team that kept both staff and the public until the new boss decided he needed to. But before we begin, let's subscribe to the channel and leave comments, like and turn on bell so you don't miss every single day. Here we go. New power tripping. The Texas organization that shall remain nameless. Like most government jobs, our work hours were fixed and very structured. Today officially started at 7:30 a.m. and ended at 4 p.m. Between those hours, we had set break times. Tea break 10 to 10:15 a.m., lunch 12:30 to 1 p.m., coffee break 3 to 3:15 p.m. On paper, that's the schedule. In reality, No one made a big deal about the tea and coffee breaks. Most of us would just make ourselves a drink and sit at our desks while we worked. Once we're shut down the office for 15 minutes, especially since we like keeping things running smoothly for the public. Lunch was different. That was the one time of day the office is officially closed. Unless you worked at one of the departments considered critical, those stayed open with a skeleton crew while the rest rotated their lunchtime so someone could always help the bucket. And as for the end of the day, technically we were supposed to stay until 4 p.m. But for as long as I could remember, everyone signed out around 3:45. It was an unspoken arrangement. We didn't take our two shorter breaks, so we left 15 minutes early. Nobody complained, and the system worked like a well-oiled machine. Then we got a new boss. For the first couple of weeks, nothing changed. He was quiet, mostly kept to himself. We figured he was just getting the lay of the land. Then, out of the blue, he announced a new rule. Everyone had to stay until exactly 4 p.m. No more leaving early, even by a minute. Naturally, we pushed back. We explained that we'd never taken our tea or coffee breaks, so leaving a little early was fair. He didn't care. The rule was the rule, and now he was going to enforce it to the letter. So fine, he decided to play it his way. From that day forward, we took every break exactly as it was written. At 10 a.m. sharp, all offices closed for tea break, no exceptions. At 12:30, the same for lunch. And at 3 p.m., we shut down again for coffee break. No one took phone calls, no one saw walk-ins. If a member of the public was still in the building when break time hit, we told them politely that they need to wait until we reopen. And at exactly 4 p.m., the office was closed for the day. Someone walked in at 3:59. Sorry, come back tomorrow. We were simply following the rules. Didn't take long for the smooth, efficient system we'd had before to completely collapse. Tasks piled up because work was being interrupted 3 times a day for full official breaks. The public quickly grew frustrated with the constant come-back later responses. Complaints started pouring in. And if there's one thing the higher-ups in the government office hate more than efficiency, it's angry calls from the public. We weren't sabotaging anything. We were literally doing exactly what our new boss had ordered. The results were a mess. Staff morale dipped. People started whispering about how ridiculous it was that something that had worked for years was suddenly being micromanaged into chaos. It only took about a week for the fallout to reach upper management. I don't know what was said behind closed doors, but judging from our boss's face the following Monday morning, pretty sure he got an earful. And just like that, things went back to normal. Breaks became flexible again, and no one cared if we left 15 minutes early as long as the work got done. The public was happier, staff was happier, and our boss, well, let's just say he never tried that particular power trip again. Sometimes the best way to deal with the petty rules is to follow it to the letter and let it collapse under its own weight. I kind of understand the reasoning behind this one. You can't just decide to head off early because you chose not to take your break. The office is supposed to be available for the public during those hours, so if everybody decided to just up and leave early, things like this need to be discussed and agreed before going ahead with this. And our second story. Payroll crisis got me pulled off a lake by the police. Back in the old mainframe days, I was the entire IT department for my company. Every system, every process, every bit of data management. If it was technical, it was on me. I've been asking for years to have someone trained as my backup, not just for vacation, but in case I ever got sick, had an emergency, or heaven forbid, wanted a life outside the office. Every time I brought it up, management nodded, mumbled something about budget or timing, and then nothing. Eventually, my vacation time came around. I was planning a week in a remote lakeside cabin with my family, phones, no distractions, just fishing, campfires, and peace. Before I left, I asked my boss a very important question. Who's going to handle payroll and other critical functions while I'm gone? In those days, payroll wasn't something you clicked through in a browser. It was a mainframe process with a dozen manual steps, timing issues, and zero room for error. His answer? I'll do it myself. How hard can it be? Now, if you've ever worked in IT, you know the most dangerous words in any language are, how hard can it be? But he wanted to handle it, I'd teach him. For the weeks leading to my vacation, I walked him through every process, start to finish. We did payroll, generated reports, processed batch jobs, handled backup, everything. He took meticulous notes, pages and pages of them. I left feeling cautiously optimistic. The only catch, I told him once I was at the cabin, I'd be off the grid, no phones, no radios, nothing. They got stuck, they'd have to figure it out without me. I did give them the name of the lake, the general area, but that was it. Fast forward to Tuesday of my vacation. I'm out in a small boat with my kids, enjoying the stillness of the morning, fishing lines in the water. Off in the distance, I see a police boat heading our way. No big deal. I had all the necessary permits, life jackets, and gear. But as they got closer, one officer calls out, "Are you?" My name. My stomach dropped. That's never a good sign. They told me my company had called in a panic, payroll had gone sideways badly, hundreds of paychecks weren't ready. It was payday. People were already showing up angry. They were sending a plane to the nearest airstrip to pick me up, and I needed to get there now. So much for my peaceful week away. I handed my fishing pole to one of my kids, motored back to shore, and packed up quick bags. My wife and kids stayed behind, other family members were there with them, and the police escorted me to the airstrip. When I got to the phone at the little rural terminal, I called the office. My boss sounded completely defeated. Every step we practiced had gone wrong. Batch jobs had failed, files were in the wrong format, and the printer was jammed with paycheck stock. He mumbled a half-hearted apology, but there was no time to dwell on it. By the time I arrived back at the office, the place was chaos. Employees were demanding their paychecks, managers were stressed, and I had a mountain of half-completed processes to untangle. I spent the next 2 days working almost nonstop, doing 5 days worth of work in less than half the time. We managed to get everyone paid, but the goodwill damage was already done. Thursday night, they flew me back to the cabin. I walked into a chorus of cheers from my kids, who thought the whole dad got airlifted out thing was the most exciting part of the vacation. When I returned to work the following week, I didn't just let it slide. I sat down with my boss and negotiated compensation for the disaster they dragged me into. I got another full week off, plus the company covered the cabin rental for the time I lost. And perhaps most importantly, my boss finally agreed to let me train a backup. An actual employee this time, not himself. Funny thing, after that, I never had to fight for cross-training again. Amazing how fast management listens when they have to charter a plane to drag you out of a fishing trip. So after all that, he realized why he asked to train someone. Like, I agree that he should have been able to do it, but he didn't ask just for fun. I'm glad he was apologetic, because you don't do that. And our last story. Fired me at the office lobby. I'm the owner. When I first rented an office in this building, they told me there's one special thing here. The head office manager, Karen. I thought, well, at worst, it's just a strict lady who insists on following the rules. I was wrong. She was a real source of fear for most employees, and not without reason. She'd already fired plenty of people. Karen was the kind of person you could sum up in 2 words: control freak. President of the HOA in her neighboring residential complex, she brought her talents into her office manager role. She knew who came and went, who ordered what for lunch, and even how many times someone went to the bathroom. First week, I just laughed about it. The second, I started suspecting she had cameras not only in the hallways, but in our heads. She had a gift for humiliating people in the smallest, pettiest ways, but always so it left a bitter aftertaste. She could come up to me in front of a client, glance at my tie, and say, "Interesting choice. My ex also liked cheap accessories." Or during a coffee break, she'd walk by and accidentally spill some of her coffee on my documents, then say with fake politeness, "Oh, sorry, but maybe it's a sign you should write your final drafts more neatly." She fined tenants over nonsense, wrong color doormat, too loud door opening, and once even issued me a warning for throwing a box in the wrong bin, even though video clearly showed the delivery guy did it. She loved showing she could walk into any office without knocking. Once when I was discussing a confidential contract, she just barged in. "I'm checking to see if it smells like illegal deals in here." And that was in front of a client. Her Christmas gift to me was the final straw. A small cactus with the comment, "This is a symbol that you trying to invest it into something more tangible. It was 2016, and now I look back at myself as an idiot, but at the time, the profits were already big. Through a holding and lawyers, I bought the property while hiding my involvement. I thought I'd buy the building and maybe just teach Karen a small lesson. Then something happened. There was a new hire in the office, Emma. Small, slim, long-haired, and such a quiet voice that when you asked something, you had to lean closer to hear her. She was shy, but everyone liked her. She always helped out, and even when she made mistakes, she apologized so sincerely that you couldn't be mad. I liked her. Not love at first sight like, but you know how some people just make your day a little better? One day, she was set to give a presentation to clients in the conference room. It was her first big task, and the whole department quietly supported her. She prepared handouts, tested the projector the day before, and we all tried to keep the atmosphere calm for her. Then, 5 minutes before the start, Karen barged into the conference room. She held a coffee mug and had that look she gets for ruining someone's day. "Oh, Emma's presenting?" she drawled, as if she'd just seen a toddler from the sandbox get into a plane cockpit. Emma blushed, but nodded. Karen slowly walked around the table, glanced at the handout. "These fonts, they look like you made them in Word 2003. Do you even know what modern design is?" Emma tried to explain the client requested a simple format, but Karen cut her off. "No, dear, this isn't a simple format. This is a cheap, boring format. But maybe they like provincial style." She took a sip of coffee and added, just to twist the knife, "Where the hell did you come from? This is a leading company, not a village disco." A few people in the room looked away uncomfortably. Emma tried to hold it together, but her hands trembled as she connected her laptop. Karen even helped. "Let me adjust the projector so people can at least see something." She twisted the settings so the image became warped, and instead of fixing it, she said, "Oh, looks like technology hates you as much as your design. Well, maybe next time you'll get something simpler, like watering the plants or buying everyone coffee." When the clients came in, Emma was already red as a poppy. She stumbled over the very first sentence, the presentation tanked, and for days afterwards she walked around with her eyes downcast. That's when I realized Karen wouldn't get an easy ending. But something else happened that made it even worse. I was sitting in the lobby with two clients when the doors slammed open and Karen walked in like a prosecutor delivering a death sentence. She paused deliberately so everyone would look, then loudly declared, "You're fired. Pack your things and get out of my building, now." The clients looked confused. One whispered to me, "Set up, she actually insane." I sipped my coffee, set the cup down, and calmly said, "Karen, are you sure you want to say that out loud?" She crossed her arms and smirked, "Absolutely, and don't try to talk me out of it." Well then, here's some news. As of the start of this month, I'm officially the owner of this building. Purchase is complete. Actually, I bought it with two friends who also invested in Bitcoin with me, but that doesn't change the point. The silence was so heavy you could hear the steam hissing in the coffee machine. Karen's eyes widened for a second, but she quickly recovered. "That's ridiculous. You're making it up." "Unfortunately for you, no, Karen." She left. I knew tomorrow would be a show. At 8:10 the next morning, she arrived. Her access card didn't work. The security guard politely explained her access was revoked. "What the F?" She exploded so loud that a woman on the second floor dropped her phone. "Are you effing kidding me, you P-turds?" She forced her way into the office, started knocking equipment to the floor, swearing, waving a stapler like a gun. One client tried to calm her down. "Ma'am, maybe—" "Shut up, idiot. I'm not talking to you yet." And she threw a plastic tray at her. Security tried to escort her out, got slapped. Police arrived quickly. One cop looked at her and said to his partner, "Well, looks like another explosive Monday." She was still screaming and handcuffed, threatening to ruin our lives and make us regret ever being born. The trial lasted several weeks. Result: 100 hours of community service, $7,000 compensation, and a restraining order keeping her away from me and the office. The HOA unanimously voted her out as president. I'd also spoken to the building owner about firing her after she ruined my meeting, and oddly enough, he agreed instantly. Still not sure why. Oh well. And today I received the printed voting protocol. I thought, this is what real Christmas in August looks like. Also, Emma and I got married. married and lived happily ever after. Just kidding. But it would have been nice. Though she was already married and went on maternity leave a year later. Hey guys, thank you all for watching the video. I'll see you in the next one.
Easy enough. This my ball now. Steals ball back. Takes the open lane for the fast break. Hits a sick tomahawk dunk. Gets so sick of giving your number and offer to pay for the first date. Dude, very nice. Roll right of applause for you, man. She laughed and she gave you the number. Dude, good for you, man. I hope that was a successful first date. And she paid. So I mean, free food for you. I matched with a barista from my city that I'd had a crush on for months. And I have no idea what to say. And now it's just there, right? Now the intimidating part. Dude, charge your phone. If you can't even show your phone respect, how are you going to give that relationship? Just start with a hello, maybe a little joke. Be like, hey, this is a weird place to send my coffee order. This would be fun, right? Update. Guys, we're going on a date. Congrats, what'd you say? Would I be correct in assuming that a coffee date is off the table? Fantastic. See? Fantastic work. Great job. This woman mentioned in her profile that she's looking for someone with a boat. So, I own a boat, but full disclosure, it's aluminum. How big is it, though? That baby is a 16-footer. Micro boat, huh? Hey, it's a rower, not a shower. Nice. So far, listen, when he gave me r/tutor as the subreddit, I was really waiting for just debauchery, But this has been great so far. Good one-liners, and people seem to be connecting. This is great. I love this. I can't wait for it to be true. Bumble dates be like, and that's my life story. Oh, this was fun. We should do it again sometime. Huh. In an hour, you did not ask me a single question. How do you go on a first date and not ask anything? How are you gonna get a vibe, like a vibe read off the person you're potentially gonna be with if you don't ask them? Like, what's in a set of ears? That's what therapy's for, bro. I did this before it was cool. Being antisocial and wearing a choker. He likes light soda. Start the chat with blank. Okay, but where's the choker? He's just messaged me. Alright, this is not a drill. That is a stage 5 flirt. Take it easy, Tiger. Your next message could make or break the deal. Communication. Oh boy, here we go. Nice. When was your last relationship? 2022. But honestly, I guess it counts as a half relationship. How about you? Oh? Long story, but it was a pure emotional relationship. How about you? What? When was your last relationship? A month ago. Oh, that's rough. What happened if you don't mind me asking? Communication. Oh, God. One-word answers over and over and over. That checks out. We were having a good combo for a day or two. This was immediately after she wanted to grab a coffee. I've been in full crusty survival mode lately. Not even close to date ready. But if you want to rescue me from that, I'll need a little pampering first. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Here we go. Something to get my nails done, lashes, outfit, and a coffee to revive whatever's left of my sparkle. Then you can pick me up, handle everything, and I'll make sure you know just how grateful I am. Sounds like prostitution with extra steps. I'm good, lol. Ew. I feel like effort is prostitution. Just screams low wallet. This feels very modern day. I want all of this taken care for me. And I love the low wallet reply like immediately. Oh, you don't want to finance me for this? You're a brokey. And she texted again. What did she say after that? I got unmatched for this. Thought I was cooking. Oh no. Oh no. What's something I wouldn't know from your profile? Did you know that this is literally me? I can see you being silly, but what did you think you were cooking? What in God's name did you think you were cooking, son? I'm asking you sincerely. What could you have possibly been cooking? I have to know. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. I see you're obsessed with Spider-Man. Not to brag, but I play the PS5 game on the hardest difficulty. You thought I was catfish? What? Oh, I do now. How? When I verified my photo is for you. You're literally not verified.
Just tell me the name of the Instagram model you use so I can. Good Lord! And then there they go. They gave the name. He says, "Thank you." And they said, "Game is game, man. You know, the scammer couldn't, really get past you. So they just decided to help you out. I hate it here. Like your photo. You fart with that thing or what?" I mean, maybe. How about you come find out, cowboy? 2 million. Oh, holy moly. You swiped Tinder 2,500. What is that? 2,584,073 times? Wow, that's a lot of time. And how many? Only 38,000 left swipes. Over 2 million right swipes. And let's be clear, they are, because of the very top, you can see they are 26 years old. They've been on Tinder for 5 years. So they've been using Tinder since 21. Okay? Out of the 2 million right swipes, there's only been 2,000 matches. Okay? 2,100,000 odd no matches. Out of those 2,000 matches, he got 1,200 chats, 784 no chats, 1 date. Oh, this is rough. You didn't meet the other 1,200, and then no spark on that 1 date. Now that's your Tinder insight. Geez, man, that's rush. That's rough, man. I can't even. I'm like misspeaking because I'm like, wow, that's well, that's a horrible stat line, man. Here's to the next 2 million. Is this you? I'm guessing this is you, right? Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna read his profile. I want to rate it. I want to get this right. It's important to me that I understand everything about this gentleman. Now, hey, if I'm not home, you can find me at the lake. If you're not trying to go fishing, I don't want it. My idea of a vacation is going to the desert looking for snakes for a week. I may or may not currently own 33 snakes. Starting to see, I love that you have a hobby, but that's not going to be compatible for a lot of people, man. Your favorite anthem is Diggin' by Colt Ford. Never heard that song. Another one where you're fishing. There's a running joke about men who, on their dating profile, have a picture of themselves holding a fish. You have 3. If you don't fish, you don't want it. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with knowing what you want, but I would have to, I don't know. I feel like that's one of those things where you just got to be like, yeah, you are a specific kind of customer, and there are going to be specific kinds of people for you. Swiping through 2 million people, and you found one person there. Did you bring your snakes? Is that why there was no spark? Don't work for free, y'all. So you're a mechanic. Can you look at Subarus? I can, but it'll cost you. I have a Jimmy John's gift card. Take it or leave it. Counter offer. 1 museum date. Would you give me a chance to, actually look at it too? Okay, 1 museum date. Hey, nice. Looks like, this is mutual. This is so nice. Moved to a new city and re-downloaded Tinder. This is the first girl I matched with. Why, hello, sir. Curtsies. Nice to meet you today. What's a handsome man like you doing this morning? Raises an eyebrow. Sounds a quirk chungus. Holy shit. Did you say anything back? Oh, God. They added a height filter. Well, they have a whole thing here. If you're paying for Tinder Platinum, preferences show you people who match your vibe, but won't limit who you see. You'll be able to match with people like that. So the height filter, that's a new thing, but it's under the premium discovery. So it seems they're still showing people who are going to be, outside of their height preferences, but, that's fine. I like the has a bio thing. So it's over. No, there's people who love short kings. If you're a short king, don't take this as a sign of defeat. They're out there. We like the short king. They're in vogue. What hot tub? I can't tell if that's slang or if you want to join me in a hot tub. No, hot tub for real and pool. Wow. Listening in your messages both baffle and entice me. She had few words. She said exactly what she, wants to put out into the world. Let's hot tub and pool. I don't think, what more do you need to understand about that, man? Did you need more? Greedy. That's what you want. The most impressive fish I've seen. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, dude, that's so funny. Be careful, man. That thing's dangerous. Look at it. Look at the tape on that thing. Very nice. Good catch there, son. Opened my Tinder app and busted out laughing. That midair jump got me. Oh, hell yeah. I'm a big fan of this guy. As a ginger, I hear I pair well with sushi. But why not give me a try yourself? And I pair well with you, too. Oh, Annie's funny. This guy, Annie's silly. That was a great jump, too. Holy shit. Swipe right on him. Give him a shot. Unmatched speed immediately. Damn, based on what I see, there isn't anything about you I would change. Except maybe your address and last name. Hi, I'm Nick. How are you? Good job. I mean, man, that is at 1 a.m. as well. There's a lot I would change here, man. The 1 a.m. text, like the chow, that could have been funny if you saw that she was like reciprocating a silliness. The emojis after every mess. There was a lot there I would critique. We gotta do a whole top-down restoration on your game, son. For the men wondering why they never get matches. You mean again, it's because there's so many guys who are blindly swiping, right? They're like, right, just swiping over and over, hoping they'll get a match on there. And that's why. It leaves all of the ladies with a swath of matches to sift through. I think I got lucky. Okay, let's see. You swiped right 5,490 times. That ended in 281 right swipes with 10 matches, 5 chats, 1 date that went into 1 relationship that ended in a marriage. Let's go. That's our first marriage we see on the subreddit. Good for you, dude. Oh, and there's the wedding photo. That's so sweet. Nice. You look incredible. That's awesome. Good for them, man. You love to see it. That feeling when she sends the first message? You like blank photo. You're a man. Start the conversation. I just send back an audio. Like, sorry. Set expectations real low and just start whimpering in the audio, bro. Just let them know that you're real submissive. Pretty sure the internet your mama just. Source? You're not going to believe this. What? Well, I mean, who's the source? I don't. What do you mean? What do you mean? I genuinely regret asking. Oh no! Oh no! I really do. How so? Oh no, man. Well, oh no. I start by slowly undressing. Oh, cringing, bro. Kissing. And kiss up, and then, let your imagination run wild with the rest of that. Oh, God, there's more! Well, this is what I get paid to do. Kiss up to oh, my God. To your head. No! Oh, my God! So you tap out. Wow. You know he's British because he left the X there as well. That usually people say hello. Fastest first date ever. Yes, it was because we were both in the same shopping center. Hey, didn't you call Jessica Rabbit before? Hey, yeah, I have. You look like the main character from Pokemon. Thank you. I think you just walked past me in the shopping center. Yeah, I'm there right now. Oh my God, I didn't realize I'm one of those food courts. My friend is browsing phones at different shops and I'm so done. Oh, boring. Yeah, I think I am angry. Well, I'm sat at the Greek restaurant and food court you want to join while your friend is still shopping? And no, I'm buying. Oh, no, not buying. There you go. Gotta correct it, right? Maybe. Aren't you with friends, though? They're eating at a different outlet because they don't like Greek food. Okay, sure, why not? I'll be 2 minutes. Hey! Very nice. Rip Short King. I was unmatched right after. Hi, how tall are you? Oh, God. Everything hinges on this answer, doesn't it? 5'11.5". I'm still growing, I promise. Oh, excuse. I had a feeling you were under 6 feet. Okay, 6 feet. You can't make things up. Listen, the answer is relocated elsewhere. All part of God's plan. So, how's your evening going? Well played, and then you got unmatched. Dude, oh God, everything hinges on this answer. He knew. He knew that the minute he dropped the 5'11", gone. Someone will come and snap you up. You'll get uppies. all just him sleeping and then his ACT scores. Wow. Did someone set this up for him? Is this him? He likes cricket, freediving, skiing, bowling, and real estate. This is a frat bro as hell. There he is sleeping again. Nice. Passed out at another frat party with the Among Us trap remix playing. Wow. There he is. Is he wearing the same? This is all the same day? I feel like he's been wearing the same polo this entire time. Finding my soulmate on Hinge. Dear diary, let only latex stand between us. That was good. Very solid work, man. What a funny line. And she thought it was funny too. You're in, my friend. How strange to dream of you when I'm wide awake. Woo! Damn, is that a different person too? You're hitting them with bangers. You're the answer to all my prayers. Another, he is suave and he's just window shopping, dude. Seems like the stars have finally aligned. Hi there. Hey. Damn! He keeps going. He just doesn't stop. I'm just going to leave this here. Don't expect me to be the bigger person when I'm only 4'9", and they're looking for still figuring it out. Swipe left if you're emotionally immature, looking for a pen pal, insecure or commitment issue, you attention seek for multiple females, want to go 50-50 on a date, or you're 30 and still figuring it out. But what about you? Why are you accepting this? This was wild. I just left her on red. Hey, your tattoos are sick. Thanks. So, I'm going to be honest. I'm looking for a guy that wants to help me become a human sticker book and get a really great thank you in return. Oh. Are you asking me a tattoo artist? No. I want a dude to buy my next tattoo, then get 30 pics and vids of me solo with someone as a thank you. Might even throw in a FaceTime. Wow, hard bargain, huh? Yep, next. I have a theory that there are 3 categories of straight men. 1, sports boy. 2, video games guy. 3, weird outdoor activity dude. Alright, fellas, which one are you? I'm overreacting, or is this a weird thing to say considering he's overweight? My body versus his for comparison. Pretty incredible. You've lost 108 pounds. Just a few more and you're golden. It's a weird thing. That is a weird thing to say, especially when you are, not the skinniest fellow on the block yourself. I don't know. That's a weird thing. Why even swipe this? Why even swipe if you're going to have to be weird about it? Match with a guy in a wheelchair. Was this a stupid opener? If we dated, did you reinforce your wheelchair so I could ride on the back of it? No, I think that's a perfectly valid question. That's an important thing to know. That's a deal breaker. I just want to find a wife. Man, look, you want to fuck or not? Waiter, my bread is too buttery. My steak is too juicy. Come on, man. I feel like with everything we've seen on the Tinder subreddit, everyone else here would love to have your problem.
This is nostalgia. I haven't read horror in years. Not the internet kind of thing. Mostly creepypasta. That whole era. I'm steeped into it. Something about the stripped down storytelling, the way people wrote the version instead of polished, it's different back then. The felt human. What a friend telling you about this strange thing. These things dead. Not because I wanted to be scared, but because it felt good. Like being unsettled was part of some weird ritual before sleep. A few weeks ago, I decided to chase that feeling again. I was bored and feeling nostalgic. What did it? It wasn't hard to revisit using all concepts. There was something fucking comforting about it. The thought that hey, sure, but it was time it back. That most of them felt new again. I remembered just enough to feel familiar, but not enough to spoil anything. I saw to the big hitters, then drowned the rush of sleep experiment, pen pal. I even found old screen from the classics, pasted into blogspot pages like digital holders. Stories before the time of named authors, who people posted anonymously to create an air of authenticity. That comfort didn't last long. Once I ran out of the old stuff, I dipped back into almost no sleep to start a certain-word count wasn't trendy, but just a watered-down version of a popular horror movie. There was a fake effect that we suddenly excluded all the way back stories of stream, staring Ian down his coma close. I searched for the author's recommended the Stephen Kings of Reddit. However, there is typically a Google. I looked up what they've done recently. People have been after for some Reddit for arbitrary reasons that would have had great classic movies before. People comment on the flavor. Great videos before. You should expand this into a series. Nobody talked about how it wasn't real. Nobody argued whether it was real. That used to be half the fun. So, I went looking, not in the main channel. I knew better than that. I built through old blogs, weird side forums, abandoned view trees, anything that looked good and related. Trash. Stories with the all lowercase, people from WordPad, half of them ending with, and then I woke up. Wounded dogs, glitchy nerves, forest disappearances, plenty of untitled garbage. Things. Not because it was written, because it was scary, just because it felt awful. Like it hadn't been written by the pen, but it unlocked something. There was that sincerity to the tone that made this book genre special. And that's what kept me going. Then I found it in a forum that looked wholly online. Read with the title "You Like Sleeping." About haunted TV static and an abandoned zoo. The username just said deleted, and the timestamp was from over a year ago. A dead thread with no comments, no upvotes, no tags. I remember hovering over it, thinking it was probably another throwaway. But then again, some part of me, the part that used to fall asleep, echoing through my headphones. I loaded in plain text, no formatting, just a slab of words sat in an unbroken block. The tone was cold, detached, not trying to impress or scare, just little. It told the story of a man who was a strange piece of infinite folklore. And you know, here, you read about her, watching, and invisible. You could feel them on you. She never spoke, she never moved. She just stood there, slipping wet. The story didn't build tension. No death, no pain. The girl showed up once you showing up. Each night she came closer. Fear fed her. And when she stopped to fear, she did give. However, there were many accounts of what she did, but no one who has gone that far survived. The more you fear her, the lesser she gets, the text said. That line made me roll my eyes. The final line stuck out, maybe because it was bolded. If you reach 3:41 a.m. and she's at the foot of your bed, it's already too late. This moment, she told me that tale from the 2000s, the kind that said, you die in 7 days unless you sent it to 10 people. It was so tiny flat, it had to be ironic. I backed out of the thread and closed the browser. That was enough for the night. I was hoping to end on a good one, but it was always that night, at phone burned out and replaced it instantly. My friends thought I was losing it. I stopped answering calls, ignored texts. Some of it came by without speaking. I didn't move. I heard them mutter something about a wellness check, but no one followed through. I didn't care if they saw me like this, a broken man, but I worried about them learning about her, cursing them to their face. No matter what I did though, she kept coming. She was so trying to shape shit from the start, but across the room, almost to the foot of my bed, beside it, my mother's soaked raincoat was dripping on my mattress. The water spread with a cold, heavy groan. The walls of floorboards lifted down the edges. We had to push back, but she always won. I kept searching obsessively. I had to believe there were others, someone else who would see her, named her, fought her, robotic. I don't think it was. That's what I look back on. Every hour was close for a moment. The ghost of my life. The girl who worried about me. Couldn't understand what I got. Nothing else was anything but silence. Too many copycats, too much noise. 20,000 clones laid on top of each other. 20 years. And nothing happened. Maybe that's not the truth. Maybe she told herself out of all of it. 1,000. Half on everything. I was losing time. Whole days vanished in front of screens. My body ached. My eyes so bloodshot. This is a trap now anyway. Slow roll toward my mind. And then, without warning, a message appeared. Same forum. At the top, two private message was received. I stared at it for a long time, wondering what it would say. The username was numbers. This profile. I was the one who originally posted the story. She came to me after reading about her, saying she was, but I survived. For the first time, hope gripped my heart. I read on, moving from my head. They wanted to comment. We don't have long left. I wrote the story before moderating the play. To my account, thinking others one more day. But he got it wrong. It was a story. She made its fiction incarnate. Write her story and pass her on. The invitation was daunting. The message back in English, begging for more information, hoping there was another way. Everyone was always going through sounded like a cartoon. But I wouldn't tell. But with quietly going in their broad terms. No activity afterwards. Just a message there, waiting to be believed. I sat back on my screen. For the first 5 weeks, religiously empty. Thinking, not just about what she was, about what I could do. This wasn't about surviving the night. Not anymore. This was about ending. The decision sat on my chest, heavy than any nightmare she ever brought. I had the message. I had the rule. I knew what had to happen. Still, I hesitated. If I posted this, if I wrote it clearly,
Thank you all. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. I have a lot of questions, and I have a lot of witnesses. So I would just ask if yes or no, please just tell me yes or no. If it requires more than that, it would be very interesting because I would like to go down the line and ask as many questions as possible. So for the applicant first, former DoD official personnel reached out to about satellite imagery from configuration. What were the dates of 2010?
I can't share with you the details, man, but I do it close setting. I can tell you the agency that
that no other description.
the task, the firm that the analysts use to call it the button. Yes,
Okay, where was it?
I can't say it now.
Okay.
making sure administration. We're talking about technology. Email you receive from the operation office.
Welcome to r/entitled people, where we share stories from your lives about people who think the rules don't apply to them and they should get what they want. The first story: when a guest loses their purse, it's everyone's emergency, except it was in her room the whole time. The second story: when bad service and pettiness turn karaoke nights into a venue's final song. The third story: Karen's Greek holiday fake, when entitlement meets the donkey ride of karma. The fourth story: left to handle the chaos alone, my breaking point at a toxic retail job. The first story is sense of urgency. Ooh, Chile. I have the misfortune of being a bit of an empath, particularly with negative vibes and emotions. If you're upset or anxious, then so am I. I effing hate it, but I also have the ability to never let it show. So, around 9 o'clock this morning, a woman came down to the desk to ask if anyone had turned in a purse. I immediately said no because no one turned one into me, and as dumb as my coworkers can be, they know to leave notes about something like that. I asked the lady to describe it, and she said it was a black bag she had with her last night around 9 p.m. when she came down to get coffee. How can you not account for your purse for 12 hours? She then went on to explain that it had basically her whole life: keys, ID, credit cards, lots of cash. As she's explaining, I was already in the process of looking in our lost and found, around the desk, and near where she said she was last night. Her sister got involved and volunteered to look in the room again. While we're waiting for the sister, the woman, who I'll call Ann Dale, asked if we had cameras to check, because at this point, she was convinced someone had stolen her purse, even though she admitted she didn't remember Andale and her sister that we were doing everything we could to help her. But by now, she was locked in on the idea that someone had stolen. I only been to 2 places, and there's no way these cameras won't show who took my purse. I can't get home without it, so they need to find whoever took it. The manager came out to the lobby and explained everything herself. Then, for whatever reason, brought up the fact that our lobby was full of people this morning, and they could have accidentally taken it with them. How that was supposed to help, I don't know. But Andale is in full hand-on-head panic mode now. Sadly for us, the camera system continued to buffer, so the manager had to call the owner, who's out of state and business, to give us access to the server, which he did, but in his haste, he failed to give us the password. So in order to try not to bother him, we tried to guess the password of our limited attempt. I went back to the front desk to see if I could find the answer to the password in an email, and give an update to our answer guest. I had also texted the owner myself to see if he could send the password. By then, I had a number of other guests who needed my assistance. I mean, I'm not understanding the lack of urgency here. Y'all can look on the cameras and see which one of these people took my stuff. I mean, that's everything I have. My manager ended up getting a phone call from her kid's school, so she stepped outside and see what the problem was. Andale saw her and lost her. How can she just go outside on a smoke break when my stuff is missing? You know what? Y'all aren't moving quick enough for me. I'm gonna go check my room one more time. Then my next step is to call the police and file a police report to get that video footage. Which, if we don't have the password, what makes the police are gonna have access? I finally called the owner, who sounded like he was running a marathon, and got him to text the password to the manager. The manager was still on the phone with her kid's school, but I let her know to expect a text. So I was left in the lobby with sister, who took a phone call, and she was telling the other person the situation. I always like to listen in to hear what lies get told, but her phone call got interrupted by one from Andale, who found her effing purse in a drawer. Sister threatened to kick her egg, then offered a very embarrassed apology before running to the elevator. About 30 minutes later, they both came down to check out, and Andale had this to say. I do apologize, but I still take issue with the way this was handled. There could have been a little more urgency on your end. I wished them a good day and went back to talk about her to my manager. A couple minutes later, the sister came back to re-apologize. She gave me a hug and told me that I handled everything with grace and professionalism. If I was in your shoes, I would have lost patience because she lost her purse, not me or you. So yeah, the way you handled things did not go unnoticed. You deserve a merit badge. I don't usually like apologies, but that was nice to hear. Because yeah, it's not my fault that you lost your own purse in your own room. The second story is, went for karaoke with large group, got poor service. Waitress complained about tips. Went back next week, still got poor service. 2 places that opened in town. Bar and grill, bowling, laser tag, arcade, karaoke, etc. One of those entertainment things. I used to go to karaoke places with a group of friends, and some of their family members were Christians. So we decided to check it out. First night we were there, there's a fair number. Being a former dishwasher and butler, I understand a top of 10 can be a pain, but whatever. Waitress comes over to take our order. Now, to put this into visual context, the place is split up into multiple rooms. Bar and grill, karaoke in one room, bowling's in the next room, and so on. Everything's sectioned off. Also, the wait staff has to cover all these rooms too. Coming into the place, there's barely any cars in the parking lot. And in the bar, besides the group I'm with, there's maybe 5 or 6 extra people. From our vantage point, we can see it, and there's hardly anybody there. There's 10 people, if that. Besides the bartender, there's probably a good 7 to 8 waitresses and waiters running around. Back to the order. Waitress comes over to take our order. She comes to one corner of the table, long-style table, and takes orders. She stays at that corner, a table of 10, and she stays at one corner for the order. She doesn't try to speak up to the people in our group who are farther out, myself included. After struggling to get her our orders, she leaves. After several minutes, she brings us our drink. That's the last of her we see for half an hour. During that time, it's not really an issue. Half an hour is a long time, but we're talking and singing and having fun. Finally, the waitress comes back around. She stops at the same corner, barely manages that everybody here doing okay? Okay, then walks off. Several of us wanted refill. Some wanted food, but she barely stopped. Doesn't really make an effort to take any orders, then leaves again. This time she's gone probably another 20 minutes or so. this time, a couple of people in the group go up to the bar to get drinks. Because, hey, why wait for another prolonged period of time to maybe not get wasted? They get to the bar and get drinks. Then the bartender informs them they need to place their drink orders with our waitress. It was something about screwing up tabs, if I recall. So they come back. Right after that, the waitress comes back in a huff. Oh, so you guys want to order something? The rest of the night she has this attitude, and still barely checks in on it. End of the night rolls around and she barely leave a tip. The waitress barely did her job. Most of us felt she didn't deserve it. A couple days later, a family member of one of the people in the group passed along a message from the karaoke DJ. The owner was aware that the DJ knew our group, and our waitress complained to the owner about her lousy tip. The owner then told the DJ to inform us that if we don't intend to tip, that they don't want us returning. We decided to return the following week to see if that night was a fluke. Plus, we liked the DJ and didn't want him catching any flack because of it. The following week was busier, but not by much. We don't have any. So we come in, and we have a different waitress. So it seems like everything's going smoothly. Nope, practically the same treatment. Come to find out later, our original waitress told the rest of the wait staff about our behavior, that they're all giving us the cold shoulder treatment now. Needless to say, the waitress that night didn't get much of a better tip. She did a better job, but barely. We didn't go there regularly again. We'd still drop in every so often, whether it was karaoke, food, bowling, or whatever, and the service still sucked. Like in every department. I witnessed a guy in the laser arcade get kicked off for having a wait until his kid got a bloody nose. He closed down a few years ago for failing to pay back loans to get the place open in the first place. Turns out the owner was causing everything. Go figure. The third story is, lady at the holiday resort. Seeing you get the karma you deserve still satisfies me to this day. My family and I went to Crete on holiday. A lovely all-inclusive hotel, close by the beach, decent food, drinks, pool, sunbed, all the fun things. The hotel was mainly people from Denmark. Thinking back, I don't actually remember there being anyone else but Danish. I'm from Denmark myself. There was a woman and her husband who spent a week at the hotel when we were there. The husband was very fun, and would just be dragged around by him. We got playing dinner. Her fussy way of marching up to the young holiday guy at the hotel and nagging. But it did not bother much at first. Me and my family love it. And while exploring the city we live, on top of it all towards the back of the city, we found a wonderful restaurant. It wasn't even really a restaurant. It was a Greek mama who cooked in her kitchen and let people eat on her terrace. It was very humble, and the food was honest and amazing, just delicious in every way. The mama was so caring and kind, and kept coming to interact with us. It was amazing. So we ate a couple of times before I got home this week. One night coming back to the hotel, Karen was marching up to me. Karen, how's Karen? Us. What? You stayed for your all-inclusive meal, and then you don't even eat dinner here? Us. We paid for it so we can do what we want. And if we want to eat somewhere else, we can do that. Karen, don't you think that's a massive waste? Us. We're sure they're useful. Karen, well, I think it's disrespectful and you ought to know better. Us just laughing and walking away from her. Well, the next day, her and her husband had booked this hike through a gorge. The Maria Gorge, something like that. You hike through this nature area. Then you end up in a rural city only available either by walking there or taking a boat. You then, when arriving at the city, take a boat and then a bus to get back to the hotel. Well, the lady and husband weren't exactly fit. The reason we know what happened is because her and her husband were missing breakfast. When they arrived later, her thundercloud was so heavy the whole hotel felt it. And so a very shaken hotel guy, a girl probably like 18 to 20 years old, to comfort her, she told the story. Well, Karen and husband had taken this hike. Halfway through, their bodies had given up, and they went too far in to return. So they had to wait for a couple of donkeys from the rural city to come pick them up and carry them to the end destination. Once arriving at the city, the last boat had sailed, and so they had to rent a hotel for the night on absolute overprice. And then next morning, take the boat and the bus back. After this while, Karen still was like a thundercloud the rest of the holiday. We didn't hear more from her. She and her husband stuck to each other in the corners and were more quiet. I feel sorry for them ruining their own holiday. And I'm glad for us they didn't ruin anything, but it's since just given us a lot to laugh about. Must be hard to be that entitled. And poor husband. My mind goes out. Ed. Yes, I also have a lot of sympathy for the staff, ever have to interact with this one. The fourth story is manager's abuse pushes me to quit on Memorial Day. Got a job at a retail clothing store in January of this year. Everything was good except for the fact that the management was crazy. She would yell at employees in front of customers for not running clothes fast enough. Threatened to fire people over closing tasks not being completed. I eat piece of lint on the carpet floor, missing a spot while mopping, or not running clothes that were meant for the opening crew to run out. May comes around and I just kind of kept to myself and worked hard, and even picked up a few shifts from my coworkers, who were all lovely by the way. I get scheduled for Memorial Day. Okay, weird considering most stores are closed on that day, but I get overtime pay, so I weather it. Coming that day, I'm alone. The manager who hired me no call no show, and the other two employees scheduled for that day called out for personal reasons. I worked for about an hour or two, and I was so by the volume of shoppers and tasks I had to do, I started having a panic attack and run to the break room to try and calm down. Maybe 10 minutes later, I get a call from the owner yelling to get back out on the floor and help customers. I was already shocked that she didn't even offer to come in or try and find coverage for my missing coworker. But then I found out from a friend at the job a month later that she was at her kid's basketball tournament and was watching the camera basically slinked away doing four people's jobs at once. Anyway, I injured my thumb trying to run clothes back out from the dressing rooms and just broke. I walked out with probably a good 40 to 50 people in the store, dropped my key and name tag in the parking lot, and went home to sleep. Did a dozen calls and at least 30 texts from my owner after I turned on D&D on my phone of her insulting me and calling me the worst worker I ever had. Let a few of my coworkers know what happened, and last I heard, the entire staff had quit to find workers because of the I haven't checked in with what happened in a while since I moved states for college. I was 16 years old at the time. But if you ever see this, F you, Angelique. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Have a good day.
Sky News at 4:50 a.m. today.
From Australian Central School, the Prime Minister will co-chair a virtual meeting with pro-Ukraine allies later after a call with the US President and other European leaders about ending Russia's war. To discuss what's on the negotiation table ahead of Donald Trump's talks with Vladimir Putin in Alaska on Friday, the White House suggested land swaps to form a ceasefire. Marshall Garrett, from the UK ambassador to the US, is convinced
Even if we could get some sort of agreement on, say, Russia taking Crimea, the very different is Ukraine allowed to have a proper independent government and design its own future.
A man due in court later charged with murder and attempted murder in the death of a man and his children. Manager was found in a house in Downchester on Sunday. Getting facial recognition rounds will be deployed in hundreds of rounds and expanded efforts over the neighbourhood Tuesday. Minister Tony Black identified serious potential threats. Artificial intelligence is being used to create glasses that will help people with hearing loss called LID. The technology being developed by scientists in Scotland will filter out background noise in real time using positioning cameras. Rangers will have to get past Club Bruges if they're to support the news between Club and D. They set up the sale prior for beating Victoria Building 4-1 aggregate in the first qualifying round. Arsenal from Arsenal 5 lost the second leg 2-1 in the Czech Republic. Former Rangers striker Chris David missed their form since then.
The two goals the Rangers conceded really defensively yesterday for the first one. Then it looked as if he lost the back up for the second one, which would be a one. Rangers are conceding goals.
And highs of 34 degrees Celsius are expected in parts of England, and the anti-ocean cloudbursts are in force. That's the latest. From CNBC Tech Check at 9:27 p.m. yesterday.
I'm Tim Parcello, and this is your CNBC Tech Check. Elon Musk is threatening out to realize a car pilot was rated in the range of the rocket, which is announced in Apple in a tweet Monday night. Musk said Apple makes it quote impossible for any other company without AI to reach the top spot. AI Apple agreed last year to deal with interest rates. Musk said the path to a better company is untapped. Here's the group jump today after reporting first quarterly earnings to see what's like into your country. A 53% drop in growth quarter and also a new blockchain that is open stable blockchain. The stock is going to the one that is this one is CEO and the market and internet work together. And the stock announced will also enterprise and government products with all the grants of the U.S. government from $20. As also said, it's partnered with the United States Federal Services Administration to bring a technology of participation. The announcement comes as competitors OpenAI announced earlier this month that they will give enterprise products to U.S. government for $1 next year. That's all the data it's called the right
From DW Newsbrief at 4 a.m. yesterday.
Vladimir Zelensky has said that he will predict any Russian support for Ukraine to attack the Donbass region. He warned that destroying his country's forces would isolate the Russians to start further advances and succeed of defensive lines. President Zelensky repeated his position that territorial issues should only be discussed after Moscow agrees. Prime Minister of the country
Okay, Google, turn on the light. Okay, Google, turn on the kitchen.
Sure, turning kitchen on.